So I'm just gonna study ImmediateMesh, ArrayMesh, I think. I'm trying to render a 3D line on Godot. And initially I thought that I would be able to do this with a tube trail mesh, but it looks like it's not possible because it doesn't do curves. So there's a couple of different ways that I found that people recommend based on videos and other stuff that I found on how to create a 3D line, but there isn't any official class implementation to render 3D lines. So the first thing that I tried was a CSG polygon based on a tutorial, and then you create a path 3D, which is a node, or a curve 3D, and then you use that curve 3D or path 3D to create the curve from the CSG polygon. But it looks like this is not the best approach because it's usually done more for things like floors and levels. And I'm looking more for, because I'm trying to create edges of a graph that can potentially be curved. So the edges will change all the time, and based on the options I've seen, you have ImmediateMesh, ArrayMesh, and Surface Tool. So those are the three main options, and you also have on the documentation that allow you to create custom geometry that's going to change all the time. And then based on the documentation, they say that ImmediateMesh is the best for geometries that are dynamic, so they change very often. And ArrayMesh and Surface Tool are better for a geometry that you only create once and then you reuse the geometry. So that's usually how it works. You only build the geometry once and then Godot caches that geometry. And then when you are making movements of like when you're changing the position of geometry, for example, you're using the same vertices, but you're just translating the matrix that is responsible for that model. So if you have to recreate the vertices every frame, then it becomes a lot less efficient. But I couldn't find any information on different alternatives or like what is the best alternative. So I tried to create the thing with the ImmediateMesh first, following the tutorial, but I wasn't seeing anything on the screen. So then I tried the ArrayMesh, and the ArrayMesh seems to work. But the problem with the ArrayMesh is that it doesn't show color. So the only way that I found to display color is by putting the material override on the geometry instance 3D, and then it works. But based on the tutorial, you're supposed to implement on the GDScript. So I just got the GDScript from the tutorial on the documentation. And I think that this is how I'm not really sure if I think the tutorial doesn't have colors. Yeah, it doesn't show color. But I found somewhere that this is how you're supposed to do it, but it doesn't work for some reason. So basically you just create another array here, and then you just append to the colors the same amounts that the vertices have. So basically for each vertex you need a color point, which is just going to be the color class. And then at the end you use these enums here to update the final array that the mesh is going to use. So I tried to do like this, but it seems like it doesn't work for the color. And I think here at the end it creates the geometry. So what I'm going to try to do is to just put this on the code that I have there. I created two different classes because it's going to be too much stuff to put on the graph class. So I created a node class and edge class. And the edge class is going to have a mesh that I'm inheriting from. Now, the last time that I tried this, I think I was doing ImmediateMesh. So basically I'm using this member variable here, which is going to be the reference to this class that I created on the module that I'm creating. And inherits from ImmediateMesh, but nothing shows there. So that's the problem. So I'm going to change this to ArrayMesh, and then I'm going to create a function instead of this class that will go instead of the other class, which is the graph class that I have. And actually, it's going to go into the edge class, the graph edge 3D, which is going to be used on the graph class to render edges. So basically, the way that it works here, as far as I understand now, you need to declare this notification function on the class. This graph edge 3D inherits from the mesh instance 3D. So it's basically a mesh instance 3D, and the way that you specify events. The same events you have on GDScript on a class, C++ class, is just by putting this notification function in the class, and then the case is going to be whatever part of the cycle the thing is at. So you have ready, I think. The ready and process are the most common ones, I think. And process happens in the middle of the loop and is a function on the scene tree that calls this thing here for each node. And you also have physics process, I think, which is like the probably three most common ones. So right now I'm doing on the notification process, and I'm calling this function. And what this function is supposed to do, but I'm not 100% sure if it's going to work, is just going to use the edge mesh from the class to draw the points. So basically, the edge mesh is the line 3D mesh, and I'm going to inherit from ArrayMesh to. I'm just going to copy the function from the GDScript to this thing here and see if it works. And for now, I'm going to create a circle, and this is another thing. So all of this led me to the conclusion that it's probably the best thing to do now is to study Blender, because on Blender, I've seen that it's possible to create a 3D curve. So what I'm going to try to do is to translate learn how Blender does a 3D curve, and then translate the code into Godot. That's what I'm trying to do. And first, I'm going to create the edges here for the simple geometry. Then once I get that down, I can just figure out how to do the vertices for the curved geometry and put the logic here. So, but it's going to be a lot harder than I wish it was, but yeah, whatever. I'm probably going to learn a lot through this. And another approach that I am thinking about whether or not that I started to do, but I probably not. I'm not sure if I'm going to follow that route because it might be different. But 3JS also has. I was doing this stuff on the front end, and 3JS has a way to draw 3D curves. And they use something called finite frames, which apparently is some mathematics stuff that allows you to model curves on 3D. So the other approach that I can try, and that I was trying in the beginning, but then I stopped because there are some functions that are different, and I'm going to have to spend the time thinking about this anyway. But I could just translate the functions from 3JS, and basically what they do is very similar to, obviously because the same fundamentals, so they are just building the vertices, and they have a class that is called tube geometry that accepts another class, which is the curve class, which is usually how these things work. And that class, the curve geometry class, or I think it's quadratic Bezier curve tree or something like that, the name of the class. That class takes 2 points or 2 or more points, and then it builds a Bezier curve based off those points. And I think that class inherits from curve, which is a base abstract class that has a function called finite frames, and that finite frames uses the 2 points that you pass through the curve to calculate the positions of each thing. And then the other class, the tube geometry, I think, uses the curve class to build the vertices. And the vertices are the things that are used to create a buffer. So I think that's, but probably the Blender approach is closer to what I want, and probably also thought that it might be better to just spend a bunch of time studying Blender's source code to understand, because it might be very useful, because Blender is like, almost everyone uses Blender, and I might want to use some stuff that Blender has in the future on Godot. So I think it's just, it's gonna take a lot of time in the beginning, but then it's gonna get easier and easier, and then eventually I'm gonna be able to just have a very clear picture on my mind about these 2 different things, and then translate stuff from Blender to Godot. So that's kind of the plan. And what I have here on this scene is just the graph 3D that I created. So it's basically just creating for now 5 different node 3D meshes which create the spheres for now. And it's supposed to create the edge mesh as well, but apparently it's not creating. And also it has a label there as well. So the node seems to be working fine. The only thing that is kind of weird is that, and this is another thing that I want to solve or figure out, is that the colors on the game are different than the colors on the editor. So I want to figure out a way to have the same colors basically, so that it becomes easier to see exactly what is gonna go on from the editor. So when you click play here, it shows the spheres with different colors, which is kind of weird. And the array mesh doesn't show on the editor because it's built on runtime, basically. So that's what's gonna happen. Inside of that notification function, it's gonna call that stuff to create the vertices, and that's what is gonna create the geometry, which is the sphere here. So that's probably why is lower, because you have to rebuild each frame. But I'm not really sure if there's a way around this, because for the edges, the curves are gonna have to change all the time, because unless you take a straight line, but even in a straight line, if the positions of the nodes change, the shape of the edge has to change. That's kind of the problem. So what I'm gonna do here, and I was thinking about going with the ImmediateMesh, but because it's just harder and there isn't anything there to figure out the color, I think it's just easier to start with the ArrayMesh and see what happens. And if it turns out it's very slow, then I'm gonna have to think about either I'm gonna do stuff on 2D instead of 3D, or I'll think about like another approach to do stuff that I might do in the future. I think about different ways to do things. So here, I think I'm going to. So I'm gonna pass this stuff on to the class there, I think. I already have. Let me close the thing there because of reflection. Much better. Yeah, so the confusing thing is the names in the first, because I did a bunch of variations, so I put different names here. So radios, I'm just gonna add edge radios. Rings, radio segments. The thing is, I'm gonna create a different geometry, so you might need different things, but for now, I'm just gonna do it like this. Maybe this, like this is the thing. Where should I put the? I think if I'm going to do, ideally I would put this stuff on the mesh, line 3D mesh class, so that it doesn't cloud the other too much. And I want to see if I can avoid doing two different classes, because I think it's just easier to think about. So I'm thinking about, the way I'm thinking about structuring the line 3D mesh is just you get two different points, and then you pass the amount of control points you want to that class, and then the class has functions to calculate the shape of the curve based on the control points in the middle between the two different points. So pass the points, position of one node, position of the other, and the amount of control points between them. And then based on that, it creates the shape of the curve, and it creates the vertices, the calculation for the vertices. That's what I'm trying to achieve. I think it's probably better to put this stuff on the other class. I'm gonna create the function here already, and then put the function there. Hey, what's up? So I'm just gonna remove this because this was supposed to work with the ImmediateMesh, but it seems that it doesn't show anything there. Oh, the other approach that I was thinking about is just by looking at the tube tray mesh class. So basically, this is part of the stuff that I'm going to study now, that I want to clarify. But as far as I understand now, the way that these meshes work, the standard meshes, they just inherit from primitive mesh, and then they implement this create mesh array function. And this is the function that is going to build the geometry. So this is another approach that I was thinking about, because here is the function to create the shape of the tube. And it's different than the way that I was thinking about, because the curve that they accept on this class, it doesn't shape the tube. It's not used to shape the tube, it's just used to shape the width, different width, and I think different width of like how thick the tube is across the thing, which is different than I thought it was initially. I thought the curve was supposed to give the shape on the 3D, so to create a 3D curve. So if I wanted to translate this one into the stuff that I'm trying to do, then I think it's gonna be harder probably than studying Blender and figuring out, because Blender does exactly what I'm thinking about doing. And the way that I think that Blender's works is it's very similar. So it's gonna be the next stuff that I'm gonna do, and it's gonna be a lot easier to study after the experience that I have with Godot, because I already looked into the UI and it seems very I already understand how everything is gonna work just based on the way that Godot works, because probably it works in a very similar way. So you have a bunch of GUI elements, each GUI element. There's gonna be a class that is responsible for each GUI element, and the way that it works, I think, is that the line is just an object, and the geometry of the object gives the shape of the line. So the line object itself creates the Bezier curve, and then on the geometry you can change a property called depth, I think, and that allows the line to have 3D shape. So I think that they are doing through the geometry, the shape. And I think this part might be annoying to translate, because that's the thing that's kind of confusing. It would be like the best case scenario, I think, if I could just get the function that builds the vertices. And if that function was based on the on the control points. Hopefully that's how it works, because that's gonna make it a lot easier to translate. But it still might be annoying because of the they probably use different libraries and like for vectors and matrices and calculations. So that part's gonna be very annoying, I think. But basically they're doing the same thing here. They just build the vertices and that builds the geometry. I think the only difference is that they cache probably. And this is something that I'm trying to understand now. But I think the way that it works is that they use the rendering server, and the rendering server is gonna take the array you create here at some point. So it's gonna call this function at some point and get the array, and then based on the array, it's gonna use some shaders to build the geometry, to build the mesh. But I have no idea how it works yet. So what I'm gonna do is just Actually, I don't need to do it here. These values, which I, but I think it's probably not going to be the same. I think on the C++ code it's probably divided by 100. So radio segments is going to be probably 0.5 as well. So I'm just going to copy the functionality here. So here is from the perspective, because I'm attaching the script on the mesh instance 3D, this is from the perspective of the mesh instance 3D. So anything that calls mesh is going to be just this class here, because this class inherits from the ImmediateMesh now, but I'm going to change to ArrayMesh. Scene resources mesh age. Here. This part's going to be annoying. But I think it's just going to be the same array that this one uses. So probably just use here. Let me think about this. I think I should probably save this on the class there. Or like make a member variable. And it's probably going to be the actual thing. I should probably have two different functions. So, or maybe I should put this on the constructor. Kind of the annoying thing is that there are two different, you need to have a constructor with empty, with no arguments. So that's kind of annoying because of the way the object works, I think. So if you don't, it complains. So if the class needs default arguments, I'm gonna have to change probably the other classes so that if you don't pass any arguments, it has some default values for the properties there, but it doesn't matter that much. The name of this is probably different here. Or it's probably like this, actually. Yeah. So just accessing the enum inside of the mesh class. We'll probably put this as parts of the thing as well. I can think about a way to make it more optimal, I think, which would, but it seems very complicated. That's kind of the problem. So one way would be to, like, you just, yeah, but then I'm not really sure how that would work. But like, you calculate the difference between the previous position and the new position, and then you only change the vertices that would change from both of them. But I think it's like complicated anyway, so. This part I'm gonna leave here for now because I'm probably gonna change. So this floats. I think I'm gonna have to create. Actually, no. I was gonna say that I have to create two different functions because of the resize, but now I think I can use only this one. But I'm not really sure if it's necessary uh, to put this function on the ready because I think that the process is gonna run each frame anyway, so I can just start on the. But maybe it's better to because there are also another option to create on the enter tree, I think, the signal. So as soon as the node is appended to the tree, you would create the thing for the first time, but I'm not really sure if that matters. Yeah, Godot provides a lot of abstraction. True. So it depends on how much. So someone's asking, do you have TrueMass with Vulkan, or does Godot provide an abstraction layer for rendering? So it depends on how in depth you want to go, but um, like you can start, which is basically actually I did kind of backwards, but you can start from the GUI from the editor, and then you basically don't need to know anything pretty much about anything. You just like figure out how to use the editor here, and then you don't need to know much. And then the more you learn, the more in depth you go, let's say, on the whole rendering system and how everything is connected. So you can start not knowing anything, but eventually learn. So like all the parts, everything is abstracted pretty much if you use the editor. Hmm. Oh, rings might be 50, and maybe it has to be. Oh, it's because the loop doesn't exist on C++. That's why it's not. But it's probably gonna be. I think these values don't matter anyway because I'm gonna change them. So that's because of the loop here. I forgot that. So I need to translate this into C++. I'm just gonna make like this. If I remember, there's a macro for pi. Core math devs. Core math devs. Yes. So the rendering, the way that it works, I'm gonna explore more now. As soon as I finish this and I test, just see if it works. But basically, the way that it works is that there is a bunch of flowcharts that are very helpful in the documentation, but it works based on servers. So you have servers, and then you have renderer classes. So the servers communicate with the renderer classes, and then eventually it gets to the. I think that there are rendering classes, and then there are display classes. I don't remember which one comes first, but yeah, I think it is the display classes that actually do the drawing. But the server is the thing that manages the resources. So each thing has a resource ID, and I think that the server is the thing that also creates the shaders and like updates the shaders, let's say. So the servers keep track of the shaders, and then the rendering classes communicate with the server to update everything. And the display thing is the one that's display server is the one that draws, I think, because I remember on different parts studying other stuff that yeah, basically there's a bunch of stuff on the editor where they call the display server singleton to draw things, but I'm not really sure if the display server. I think it probably communicates with other server classes at some point. It's basically this. This is all from the documentation that I got, these pictures. But that's basically the hierarchy. So that's the hierarchy of objects, of classes. So object is the base class of everything. Anything you see, both the resources and the nodes inherit from object. So object is the base class of everything. Then the node is the base class of everything that shows up on the scene. And the resource is the base class of everything that is a resource. So like textures, scripts, caching stuff, basically anything related to data is a resource. And then you have a reference, which is a class that they use to basically perform something that is similar to a garbage collection, I think. It just keeps track of the references that each class is using and then adds and deletes them depending on the situation. So they basically overload a bunch of operators. So that's when you're entering scopes and getting out of scopes, it does some functionality to deal with the pointers and the memory. The variant is the class that is going to serve as a bridge between the engine and the GDScript. So it has a bunch of classes to deal with the types. So it's basically metaprogramming. A template metaprogramming is the variant. And the scene tree, the main loop is the class responsible for the loop. So it has the main. No, the one that has the main functions is the main class. The main class has the main loop, I think. But the scene tree is the class that is going to contain the functions that actually update the nodes. So it's a little bit misleading if you press F12 to go to the definition on the VS Code, because VS Code is going to go to the main loop class because it doesn't know the type. But the actual type on runtime is the scene tree. So for example, in the process event, you can go to the scene tree class and you can see the function that is going to run by just typing. So basically, whatever is going to happen on the GDScript points there is going to be on this class here. So this process group is the function that runs on the process event. And basically you can see it through here because n is going to be the nodes, and the notification function is the function that you can inherit from on a class that you're creating. And that's usually how it's going to work. So the base class node defines the notification function, which is a virtual function. So it can be overridden, let's say, or implemented on derived classes. Then the derived classes are going to be variations of the node. So each one is going to be like a different kind of thing. So Mesh Instance 3D is the one that I'm using the most. So that is like eventually in the bottom is going to be nodes. So you can look at the hierarchy here as well. So when you click here, it's going to have the hierarchy of classes here. So the highest one, let's say the highest level is Mesh Instance 3D. And the root is going to be node, which inherits from node 3D, which inherits from visual instance 3D, geometry, and then mesh. And then each one of these classes can implement their own version of notification, and all of them are going to run based on a macro that the object class defines every time that this notification function is called here. So the notification, I think, is actually called on the object class. And the object class implements a macro that traverses the class hierarchy and calls notification for each one. So you can build behavior on top of that, on top of each other. And that's basically what I'm doing here. So because this class, the Edge 3D class inherits from Mesh Instance 3D, I can implement this function. And then on the notification process, which is part of the rendering cycle there, I put this function, and then this function is the one that creates the vertices. So when you create the vertices, you have to use a mesh because the Mesh Instance 3D doesn't have the mesh itself. It's a member variable of the Mesh Instance 3D. And it's kind of confusing because, but it's something that all the frameworks, I think, that are like this, they implement, because usually the way that you think about is that you're going to have one class that handles the actual geometry of objects, and the other one is going to handle the material of objects. So the material is the way that the object looks, and the geometry is the shape of the object. And the mesh is going to be the class that connects the two. So that's what Mesh Instance 3D is. It takes a geometry and a mesh and a material and then puts them together. So the material is the mesh. That is a member variable of the material, yeah, is the mesh class here. There is a member variable of the Mesh Instance 3D. But that is kind of confusing because this relationship between classes. But basically, after selecting this thing here, is gonna give you, like, if you select one of the other ones from the, instead of ArrayMesh, the other ones, it's just gonna give you a starting template for the geometry of the thing. And then the thing that you're actually doing is when you select the material, you're gonna select the material for this mesh here that you select. There is a member variable of the mesh instance.d. And if you select either ArrayMesh or ImmediateMesh, what it allows you to do is to do what I'm trying to do here, which is to, so this class inherits from ArrayMesh, which is to build the vertices yourself. And what I think is going to happen is that at some point in the rendering cycle, Godot is going to check to see if the class has a function, if the ArrayMesh has a function, and based on that function, it's going to build the geometry, I think. I'm not really sure, obviously, because I'm studying this now, so. But I think that's how it works. So if you implement it with GDScript, it's going to be similar to the notification function. You're just changing the behavior of ArrayMesh based on the script. That creates the points, and then based on the points, it's going to send that to the rendering server. And the rendering server is the thing that communicates with the shader. So you just transfer information from this mesh class to the server with the array of the points. And then you have to add this as a child, child of the mesh instance.d, so that it works. Or actually, not as a child, as a mesh. So you basically have the same thing that you do here on the ID. This is basically setting the mesh on the mesh instance.d. So the way that you do this here is through this function here. So this is the mesh on the class, which is a reference, which is going to be resource. Then you set this on the mesh instance.d with this stuff here, and then you update this class here with the functionality to create the mesh. It's kind of confusing, but yeah, whatever. It's confusing because there's a bunch of different stuff you have to do. And then you need another class, which is the material class, which is the one that is actually gonna handle the information for the kind of material you're using. And you're gonna, the mesh that you create is gonna be implemented on the material is gonna be implemented on the mesh you create. So the material is the class that probably handles the shader, the material shader, I think, or something like that. It's basically here. So it's the same thing that I'm doing there. And I have these different options here. And I think what these classes do, they hold the information for how the shader is going to be updated to create the material you want. So I'm not really sure what's going on here. Why is this? Oh, it's because it's protected, probably. Maybe if I put public. But it should be like, it's a member variable of the class. So. Not sure what's going on. Oh, maybe it's probably this. Yeah, it's because I don't have the things here. I have to see if I need to do something on the class, or I can just build Maybe that's why it wasn't working on the other one, now that I think about it. But maybe it's something, maybe it's a function on the class that I have to change. But I think it's probably not because I am using the... So what I'm doing here is just using the functions from the class that I'm inheriting from on this function here to build the... So it builds the mesh from the other class. And I'm going to study this now to see how it works. If I remember correctly, there's another library on Godot for these functions here. It's math. Yeah. So core math funcs. Now I don't remember. I think this is the on the other thing there. Yeah. I don't remember if it ends is I think it is like this. Let me see. Yeah, this symbol here, I think it is. So the main function is probably this one only. So this is the function from the ArrayMesh, and that's the one that creates. So if I'm not missing anything, this should be everything there. So I think that the only thing, so probably yeah, I'm gonna have to compile now and see if there's anything wrong, but probably the way that I'm gonna change this is gonna be that this function, and this is actually is not gonna receive anything. So I think it makes sense for this function to exist because maybe it doesn't. Yeah, no, I think it does make sense because later I'm probably gonna do different things here. So like call stuff. Yeah, so I'm gonna have. It's probably better and easier to just have one function on the mesh that always creates the geometry based on the points. So yeah, this function is probably going to receive 2 different points. I think the way that I'm doing, so this is kind of the part that I'm not really sure. So I can either put on the constructor of this class, so that I'm probably going to have to, but it's kind of difficult. Because the thing is, I have to use these 2 different classes to build the edge, but I want to avoid using the curve 3D or like creating another class just to, so like having 3 different classes in one class just to create the path. But so the question I have is what class should have the points? I think has should be this one because this one already has the source and target, because that's going to be the main interface to the edge. And it needs this other information here to figure out like on the actual visualization where the mesh is going to be. But I'm not really sure. I think it has to be this one because I'm going to initialize the class from this one on the outside on the graph. So this one has to initialize with the source and target position. And then based on these positions, I'm going to have to create the controls. But probably to create the controls, it makes more sense on the other class. So I'm not really sure the relationship between the two. What is the best? I am trying to create a curve 3D, aligning 3 dimensions on Godot. But I'm starting off with the ArrayMesh. So, yeah. So the idea that I have is I'm probably going to have another structure here, a vector. So a vector of vector trees that have the source and target position and the control nodes. So the question I have is whether or not, so it should probably be on this one. and the other class I just work with functions. So I create another variable here that would be like vector or vector3 of control points, or maybe edge points. I think it makes more sense to have edge points here. And then I create a function based. So the function is the thing that is kind of confusing. The function that takes the source and the target and creates the control points. I think it probably has to be on this class here, I think. And then the other one just uses this final structure. So I create a function on that one that accepts this structure here, and then based on this structure, it creates the vertices. But the problem is that in order to understand what is the best approach, I have to spend a bunch of time studying Blender and then trying to figure out how to build this thing. So I think for now it doesn't matter that much, but eventually this is gonna accept points, I think. Either they should. It just changes the nature of the way that I'm gonna access the variables, because I can make member variables of this class here and then initialize on the constructor instead as well. So initialize the control points on the constructor, and then I just pass the information from the other class inside of the constructor to this one. And this one runs the function on its constructor. But because it's a resource, that's kind of confusing, because the way that resource works is you use ref, and then you pass the template, and then when you call instantiate is the point at where it actually calls the constructor of the class. So if you just declare here, it doesn't do anything. So you have to, on the constructor, I'm calling this instantiate, because instantiate is the function on the ref class that actually runs the constructor for the class, if I remember correctly. Yeah. You just pass the parameters you pass here. These are parameters on the constructor because it's a templated function. The class is templated, actually, the ref class. So depending on what you initialize the class with, this case would be standard 3D, for example, standard material 2D. This is just going to be calling standard material 2D, the constructor, and then passing the arguments you pass through the instantiate. And then uses memd, which is the macro from Godot that allocates memory into the memory pool. And then uses this ref to create a reference setting. It just makes a pointer. So it stores information for the class on the ref. And that basically is gonna, this class here is gonna have the logic that is gonna keep track of the reference and then increase or decrease the reference count, I think. I'm not really sure if it's on this class or on another class. It's basically keeping track of how the object is used throughout the execution of everything. So I think I'm pretty sure. So let me just build. I'm gonna close this. So the only thing I'm gonna do here is just remove this stuff here. The thing that is kind of confusing is the positions. So maybe let me think about this. So I think because here it starts from 0, and I think it's gonna just be building the positions from the origin. I think that's probably the easiest way to always do it. So you always build the position from the origin, and the way that you translate the geometry is based on its model matrix. And that's how usually it's going to work. So the local coordinates is like a separate coordinate, and that's only related to the object that you're creating. And that's how you build the vertices. And in order to move the geometry you create on the world coordinates, you just change the matrix that is responsible for the local coordinates. So the local matrix holds the state of the object. And by performing operations on it, you change the reference frame from the object, but use the local coordinates to build the vertices. So you always build from origin, and if you don't do anything with the local matrix, you're just going to be, the object is just going to be on the origin. So I think it doesn't matter because this edge is being created, that's kind of the confusing part. I think it's probably relative, that's the thing. So maybe I should see how can I translate this. I'm pretty sure that I can do that with the So I just call a function inside of the constructor here. I think it's set position. Yeah, that's the one that I'm using on the other ones. So in order to display the graphs on different positions, I'm just looping over as outside as I create the graph nodes. And then I pass a different position here, and then it changes the position here. So I think that's, so the position that you put on this object is going to be relative to the parent, which is going to be the graph. So the graph is the thing that determines. So in this case here, I have graph 2D. These coordinates here determine the position of the each thing. So it's like the 0 coordinate is going to be here, because the edges and spheres are children of the graph. So whatever position I put there is going to be relative to this reference frame here, and not the reference frame of the whole thing. So I think when I create the array mesh from these points, it's just going to create on the 0 thing here. But I want to put it in a place that is going to be, because it's only going to show based on the camera that I have here when I click there. So maybe a comment, I think that's the easiest way probably. So I'm gonna comment out the stuff that creates the spheres and then just put on the 0, because that way it's gonna be easier to see. So you just put in front of the camera. To pan the thing, you just hold shift and then you put the wheel, you press the wheel. Basically. And I think these ones here are black because whenever you put a value that goes beyond 0 and 1, the range, it fucks up the color. And I think that's what I did here. So if I remember, I'm not really sure though. Maybe it's because it's 0. Yeah, it could be right, but yeah. So I'm just gonna put here. And then I'm gonna comment out the things here. So I'm basically just looping and then calling the constructor, then adding as a child. So I'm just gonna comment out this stuff here for now, because I want to see if the edge is gonna show there. It's basically gonna be a sphere now. So I have to close this, otherwise it's gonna complain there. Oh, this other one is like better to understand the connections of the servers. So apparently the base class is gonna be like not the base class because it's not the class hierarchy, it's just connection of different classes. But yeah, the main class is gonna be probably rendering server. That's the one that probably communicates with the shaders. Like the parts of the shader is very confusing because I remember stepping over at some point and there's a bunch of different shaders that are initialized on some function there, and it's kind of annoying because if you put breakpoints, it's very confusing to understand. So, but I did wrote down the places of, because I also put on the documentation there the path to the location of the shaders of where each shader is at that Godot uses. But I assume that the rendering server is probably going to be the class that communicates with the shaders. There's another one, I think, another chart that I remember. Because here is just servers. The other one that I remember, I think, is Cinco and Canvas. This one, I think this one is the one that shows up there on some of the functions on the mesh that I see. And rendering device is probably the rendering device I remember. So rendering device is initialized inside of the display server. Display server is the class that creates the window. It's an abstract based class. Then depending on what kind of operational system you're using, you're just going to derive from the class. So Windows is display server Windows, the name of the class. Inside of the class, you actually create the window using Windows APIs. And then there's another member variable of that class, if I remember correctly, which I think it is this rendering device Vulkan. So depending on what kind of driver you're using, you're just gonna inherit from that. I did something on SkyDraw as well, a flowchart, I think, some time ago to draw this, but it's basically, yeah. So the rendering device is the abstract base class that is going to contain the logic to actually create this stuff from Vulkan or OpenGL or whatever driver you're using to create the rendering pipeline. So in my case, I'm using Vulkan, so it's going to be the rendering device Vulkan, the one that actually creates. So it creates the physical device and then the logical device, which is the stuff that classes that Vulkan uses to manage the rendering pipeline. And then you have command queues as well and command buffers. So the command buffers go into the command queues. The command queues are the things that determine what's going to be rendered. So it's kind of like lines on the construction site, and I think I explained that some time ago. Each queue is a line, then the line contains the commands that are going to run for the thing, and then you have the swap chain, which is the amount of images. So on double buffering, you have two different images, and you draw in one image, and then once that image is complete, you change with the one that is currently being displayed. But on Vulkan, you have swap images, which is basically the same thing, but instead of having two images, you can have a bunch of different images because it creates a gradient of updates to optimize. And I think that all this stuff is basically created on the rendering device class. And then I think the physical device is a class that says the actual figures out the actual physical devices you're using, and the logical device is the abstraction on top of that to manage the physical devices, if I remember correctly. And Vulkan is going to use another, I think you have to use another library to compile the shader into an intermediate language to be able to use the shader. So it basically compiles the shader from the GLSL language into SPIRV, SPIRV, however you say that, which is the language that Vulkan uses to, I think Vulkan compiles that to binary, but I don't remember. And then it's going to use that to actually manipulate the shaders. And then you have semaphores and you have fences, which are basically the flags used to synchronize the commands. So that's basically how it works, as far as I remember. But obviously I don't know much about where the shaders, how the shaders work and where the shaders are stored. And I do know, I remember seeing the function that initializes and caches them, but I didn't spend too much time. So I'm gonna try to clarify this now. There's a lot of stuff to think about. Oh. Oh, and this is gonna be, should be this thing here. It's basically a type nav. So I think this is probably, actually, if I put vector 3, it's probably gonna work, I think. Yeah. It's probably better to put vector 3. I'll be right back. So hopefully this works. But even if it does work, I'm going to spend a bunch of time. Because I was already planning to spend time studying everything, but obviously the order matters because there's a bunch of things to do and learn. So a lot of times it's hard to decide what thing to do first. So, but I do wanna. The thing that annoys me about the situation is that, based on everything that I've seen, is not very optimal. People say that is not the best performance to use ImmediateMesh or any of these methods, but I couldn't think about a way to get around this because, like, if the geometry is dynamic, you're gonna have to change the vertices each frame. So, like, the only way to make it faster is to cache the points and then just move the matrices. But that doesn't make sense if the shape you have is going to change based on each frame. So the first thing that I thought about is water, but there is some stuff that in AstroGPT this. So basically, I think the optimizations techniques to render water are usually going to involve creating custom shaders. So this might be the approach that I have to take, which is not very good because it increases the chance that I'm going to make a mistake because I'm decoupling the parts that I'm going to build, which is another thing that I have to finish that I just remember, is to create a function that creates the names of each thing. There are different things that I need to do. So one, you can see here that when I click the graph 3D, it doesn't show anything here. And the reason why is because I didn't register the properties on the class TB. So the editor uses class TB to get information from the class, and then it translates that information into other classes that it's going to use to display here. And in order for the editor to display the member variables in the same way that it displays on the mesh. So when you click on the mesh instance 3D, you can see the mesh here, which is a member variable of the mesh instance 3D. And the reason why is because it subscribes that into the class DB. So this is another thing that I have to do. So I have to see how they do it here. I think it's going to be on the bind methods. And they use a macro, I think. Yeah, so they basically use this add property here. So basically I have to copy this. Maybe it's not that hard, but I have to implement the sat and get, I think, functions. And then I have to do this for the graph and the edges there so that it shows. And the other thing that I'm going to have to do is just every time that you add a node and the node has the same, either doesn't have a name, or if it doesn't have a name, what Godot is going to do under the hood, I think, is going to get the name of the type of the class, and then it's going to add a hash to that name. And that's like the ID. And if you put the name as the name of the class, and then you try to add two different nodes with the same name from the code, what is going to happen is that Godot is just going to add a number to the right of the name. And it does that because each name of each thing has to be unique, because otherwise there is no way to transfer the information from the cached state into the runtime state. So basically you need to encode the information of the differences in nodes in the scene file. So that's Godot knows the differences in nodes. Otherwise, when you do something on one node, it's going to change the other. So maybe there's a way to make that happen, but I think if you want that, then you should use multi-mesh instead. So basically the naming of the nodes is a technique that I'm going to try to use to cache the... So basically I want to differentiate the stuff that I'm building from code and stuff that I'm building from the GUI. So in the code, what I'm going to do is just create a function that's going to use a static variable that is going to keep track of the IDs. So each time that a node is created, I'm probably going to override. Yeah, not override. I'm just going to change the functionality on the object class. So that on the constructor of the object class, I'm going to increase the value of the variable, and I'm going to call the function. So set unique node name, for example. But I'm not really sure if I'm going to be able to. I have to see how they do it with to register the type of the class. So it's probably going to be inside of the macro, on the GD class macro. And then based on that, I'm going to put a prefix so that I know that the code was built, the node was built from code. And then I'm going to add the static variable, because that way it doesn't matter how many times I run the code, it's always going to start from the same logic, because the global static variable is going to be on the code. In this way, it allows me to simplify the stuff that I was talking about synchronizing the cache, two different caches. So I'm not gonna need to do that. All that I need to do from inside of the code is each time that I do something that I add a node from the GUI, I need to remember that. If I want to put extra logic, for example, so put nodes as children of a node that I create from the GUI, all I have to do is just put a if statement there that checks to see whether or not the tree has that node as a child. So it's basically going to change the logic there, but I can do that with control flows. So it's going to be a lot easier than I was thinking about. But the problem is that there's this decoupling of the logic to create the tree and the logic to create each node. And I think it's a relationship of data. So basically, like one way you can think about it is like, why isn't each scene only one node, and then the node contains all the logic of everything that is going to happen on this scene? So that is possible to do. So one thing that I could do is just, for example, take all the scene here, all the logic that builds the scene, put that inside of only one node, and then just expose that node. And then I would be able to just add the one node to the scene, and it would create everything. But obviously the problem with this is that you're not gonna have flexibility. So the more unique the thing is, the more incentivized you are to break that thing down and compose between different types of nodes. And that's what people usually do. So people create small scenes, for example, to build custom nodes that they will be able to use on other scenes. And that's the relationship of the gradient. So in one end of the spectrum, you have unique nodes that you create from modules that have specific functionality, which is what I'm doing here with the Graph 3D. And on the other end of the spectrum, you're just getting a bunch of different nodes, and then you're using these differences in nodes to build a tree from the outside, let's say. And the problem is, like, how do you merge the gap between the two? Because one is going to become the other, and the other is going to become one. So I think the more frequent something is, the more incentivized you are to separate that into different nodes and then use scripting functionality to create a tree from the outside. But then it becomes more dangerous because if you're building everything from code, there's higher risk that you're going to forget something. So in the case of the shader, for example, if I build a node that is dependent on the shader, I'm going to have to build the nodes, the tree part from outside, so use the resource outside, and I'm going to build the functionality of the node on the module. So it increases the chances that I'm going to forget. But I can use information to keep track of that, I think. I don't like I never tried Unity, but so basically the way that I look at it is it's going to be the same. It works in the same way that JavaScript and Python works, because everything in the universe. So that's basically how I solve everything. You're always going to have a symmetry, and then you're going to have the nature of space-time is the convergence of the relative symmetry. So anything you do, it doesn't mean that the middle is the correct answer. It means that the current state of the geometry of space-time determines that the relative polarity makes up the range. So what we call extreme is always relative to what is happening right now. So you're always going to have a symmetry in what you do, and then you're going to have infinite complexity in the middle of the range of that symmetry. And the evolution of time is going to be convergence or divergence between the different polarities that make up that polarity, because of fractal pattern. So in programming, you have, for example, Python and JavaScript. JavaScript is on the left, Python is on the right, and then C++ is the bridge between the two. So that doesn't mean C++ is the best, but it means that like the complexity of the computation is going to be the convergence or divergence between one gradient and the other. So you're going to have trade-offs between different languages, and then in order to solve those trade-offs, you're going to have to come up with solutions that fluctuate from the gradient. And it's the same thing on the game engines. So one side you have Unity, which I think probably Unity is on the left, because Unity is more like Apple, and Unreal Engine is more like Android, which is the same pattern from Windows and Apple, and then I think Android and Mac OS, I think. iOS for the cell phone. So the way that I look at it is more like Godot's probably going to be somewhere in the middle. And the trade-off on Godot is that you get less features, but you have more flexibility. So for someone like me, I think it makes more sense because I want to understand how things work under the hood. And in the process of using Godot, it's going to force myself to probably have to build new things that are going to be dependent on my situation and what I want to do. So yeah, Unity is probably not going to be very good because Unity and Unreal Engine, they force you on the different standards. So yeah. Not sure if that's clear, but yeah. Is it possible to use? Yeah, anything's possible, I think, with enough time. It's more, to me, it's much more, the harder question is not whether or not something is possible, is how much time you have, because that's the thing that matters. So usually that's where the nuance is going to come from, and that's why it's very hard to decide, because you always have this trade-off. So yeah, if you try to build, I was trying to build everything from scratch in the beginning, but it doesn't make a lot of sense. And the reason why I was trying to do that is because I didn't understand what's the line between the engine, like what is the responsibility of the engine, and what is related to drawing, what's related to physics. But now I understand that the engine is going to be everything combined, let's say. So it's going to have both the physics and both the drawing. And then the differences in between engines is going to be on the context of the situation of what you're trying to build. So it's going to probably be this gradient, or Unreal is on one side, Unity is on the other side. Godot's kind of somewhere in the middle. But to save the maximum amount of time, you either should choose Unreal or Unity, but then the trade-off is that you don't know anything because you're always using the GUI. So you become kind of like a slave to them, let's say, which is not necessarily a bad thing because everyone's a slave to a certain degree because of entropy. So it's just a question about energy and time. Yeah. So for me now, I think it's probably better to go with Godot and then try to build stuff on my own. But the downside of that is this kind of stuff here. This is not showing now. So I'm gonna have to spend a bunch of time like. And this is a question that I'm not really sure because everything you're gonna do is gonna depend. So there's gonna be trade-offs sometime, and it's very hard to know what is the best way to go about it. I'm not sure what's going on. Because it shouldn't be the color, because I remember that like this one also has. Hmm. Oh, it's this one. Oh. So if I remove the color from the geometry here, it's gonna show the sonic gray. So I'm not really sure what's going on here. Yeah. I think it makes everything makes sense here. It is compiling, that's kind of the problem. So I do remember this is kind of like the downside of this stuff. So that's the reason why I think I'm gonna have to spend a bunch of time understanding how. Eventually I would have to do this anyway, so I think it doesn't matter that much. But it is kind of annoying because of the thing about the time, because there's so much stuff to figure out. So I've been contemplating whether or not it's better to just go with 2D because it's a lot easier, and then start building stuff from there, and then see what happens. I'm contemplating whether or not to do that, but the thing is, like, I kind of wanna finish what I started and also like understand this other stuff. So the problem here is that I think I did everything correctly. So I'm building the service array based on the points, but nothing is showing there. That's kind of the issue. It should be because I'm not setting the color right now, but it should be showing at least a gray circle, I think, a gray sphere. Oh, maybe no, but did I set the position? Oh, but the thing is, so I'm gonna try to set the position, but I don't think it's gonna matter too much. Like the thing is that the label wasn't showing, but the label only started showing after I set the position. But I think that uh, it doesn't matter for right here because the label. I think the reason why the label wasn't showing is because it was on the middle of the sphere. So I think it's not gonna change anything if I do it here. If I set, oh, I should have copied the other one, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, because it should be on the 0 coordinates of the graph position, I think. I'm just gonna put 0. So if it doesn't work, what I'm gonna do is just spend a bunch of time. I'm gonna do this anyway, I think. So next thing I'm gonna close here. I'm gonna test there. So like one last time here. Choose this Godot. Should we know C++ and Godot scripting language, or does it need any additional programming languages? As far as I know, it's just. Wait, oh no, it's because of the. As far as I know, it's just C++ and GDScript. So usually, what most people do, and probably what I recommend you should do if you don't know anything about game engines and rendering 3D. The first thing that I recommend is the articles. So, but it depends on how much time you have, obviously. So. I think it's more important to know everything from first principles to understand what is actually going on, and then everything else is going to become easier. So what I recommend is this website here is extremely good. There's a bunch of helpful articles to understand how it actually works and the mathematics behind rendering. And also I did some streams about that. That's gonna I try to explain the coordinates, which is the most confusing part. So yeah, if you search for OpenGL, I think on my channel you're gonna find. And then what most people do probably, what's probably better to do, I did it the way that I did it, but I have more time, so I'm not really sure. Like it depends on how much time you have. The way I did it, because I have time, is just try to build everything from scratch first to learn how it works from OpenGL. So there's a bunch of tutorials on Learn OpenGL, I think, as well. So try to build everything from there, then become more familiar of how it works. Then from that point, just search tutorials and then start learning from using the editor first. So try adding things to the editor and stuff and seeing how it works. And then after you do that, then you can look at the source code. And the source code is going to be on C++. So everything that you see on the editor was built with the Godot engine, which is actually on C++. And then they created this scripting language which is GDScript, and you can also use C# here. And whatever code you put here is going to determine the behavior of the thing you attach the script to, or whatever. There's other things you can do by getting the reference of different nodes here, but it's basically a language designed to change the behavior of nodes. So you basically don't need to know C++ if you only do everything from the editor. But if you want to change the source code of Godot, or if you want to add different classes, different nodes, different types of nodes, then you need to learn C++. And basically to create new nodes, you are going to have to create a module, or you're going to have to use something called GD extension, which is a way that they allow you to interface with Godot. You can use other languages as well if you use GD extension, but I didn't study that part too much. So I think after I figure all this other stuff, then I'm probably gonna study GD extension. But it's basically just a member variable. It works in the same way that the scripting does. It is a member variable in the object class that's gonna manage the what functionality is gonna run. So I don't know the specifics yet, but it allows you to attach a library to GDScript, and then the object class is going to have a member variable that's going to call functions from that code. So I think here, I'm just going to close this stuff, and then I'm going to compile again and try to see if changing the position does anything. I have to remove the... I think I already did remove. Oh, so it is showing there. Oh no, this is the other one, so I have to remove this one. Should remove this one because it should be from here that it shows, and it's not showing anything, so there's something wrong. Maybe I have to do it on the ready as well, but I think that doesn't matter that much. It's annoying because I think, like, you can see. Maybe I have to pass this other stuff here. But if that was the case, I think it would be giving me an error, I think, on the when I try to compile. So that's kind of the problem. Or maybe I should use this set surfaces. I think it's probably because of the way that I'm adding this. So let me study this a little bit, just see how it works. It could be the type. Hmm. Maybe what I can do is just use ChatGPT, just if it's easier. This is kind of the problem with GPT when it comes to this stuff because most of the training data is probably from GDScript and GD native, which is an older version of Godot. So usually the answers are not very good. But I think that the way that it works here is obviously so these RS, it's just everything works as a singleton. So it's probably a namespace or something like that. And this is usually used on the other stuff as well. But obviously, what I assume is happening is just creating the surface, which is the vertices on the mesh using these functions here. And this is going to be set on the rendering server somehow. And then the rendering server at some point in the rendering cycle is going to... This is the part that is very difficult to figure out because then it involves everything that is related to Vulkan and the compilation of shaders. And that part is very hard because I went over the rendering cycle several different times and like I couldn't find, because there's so much stuff, it's kind of hard to find anything that is directly related to the shaders on the rendering cycle. Because if you put breakpoints, you also can get stuck on several different parts because it traverses the whole tree. So it's very annoying. And because I couldn't find an easy way to debug a game, only debug the editor. The editor has a shit ton of nodes, so it becomes very hard to step over. It's just rendering server. So rendering server is going to be a singleton, which means it only initializes once on the setup, on the main setup, and then it's going to use that throughout the thing. But it's not going to be the rendering server, that's the thing, because it's probably the same pattern. And this happens, I think the reason why they do it like this is because of the differences in operational systems. So everything has a base class, abstract base class, She implements these virtual functions, and then depending what kind of OS you're using, you compile the Godot4. It's going to have a class that derives from the base class and then overrides these functions that are going to be specific for each operational system. But then the problem is that when you press F12 on VS Code, it's going to go to the definition of the base class, I think. Because obviously there's no time, there's no way to know it, I think. It depends on the symbols, I think, the way that the symbols work with the IDE, but I'm not, I don't understand very well how that works yet. It's obviously base some codes under the hoods that the IDE uses to figure out the IntelliSense and this other stuff of where each thing is located. So the thing I'm not really sure is if I should pass. If the problem is that I'm not passing these other arguments here, I'm just passing the first true. Because it's not creating the thing there. So surface is this thing, primitive is the first argument, so it's going to be triangle. It's basically the type of thing so basically on the rendering cycle, there's two different types. Either you can render points or lines or triangles. And the reason why is a shape that you have to render is because of the edge function. The edge function happens somewhere along I think it's on the rasterizer. It depends on which way you're gonna render, I think. But it's basically a function that takes the barycentric coordinate of the triangle, which is kind of like the middle of the triangle. And then based on that barycentric coordinate, it figures out whether or not the triangle is a part of the pixel or not. So it's basically used to determine whether or not you should draw stuff. Because you're taking something that has continuous information, which is just the real shape, the geometry, and you're representing that on pixels, which are squares. So you lose the resolution on the translation, and that's called aliasing. So in order to prevent the stuff from being like pixelated, you have to, there's some functions you can use for that. But the edge function happens regardless of those other functions. So it's just basically figuring out what pixel is going to draw based on the triangles that it forms. And if you can have other more complex geometries, but then it becomes very inefficient. So the most efficient one is a triangle. And then based on that, it's going to figure out whether or not it's going to draw the pixel for that triangle. So that's basically how the types work, I think. Did you use Godot to create graphs representing logic gates? No. But there's this game that did that pretty much, which is Turing Complete. So Turing Complete is written on Godot. And it's a very good game. So the third argument is going to be the array you send there. And that's the first one. So it basically updates this thing here with the data from the array probably. So this is creating that data, I think. Yeah, because this is taking the address and then this is going to be the one that is passed here. So you're basically passing this as an address. So here, when you do this stuff, this one is going to be the same as this one. So when it does this, it's updating this one actually with the values there, and then it does that based on these other functions that have some configuration or whatever. I'm trying to understand what can be wrong, the way that I'm doing things there. Because so far, I don't see anything wrong. So, like, one thing that I suspect could be wrong is the relationship between the different nodes. So, but I don't see, because the mesh shouldn't be a part of the thing. The mesh is just the member variable of the ArrayMesh class. No, because I'm inheriting from the ArrayMesh, so I am making the mesh a part of the other one. So basically here, I set the mesh to the mesh that I have there, and this should be the ArrayMesh. Maybe the best thing that I can do. So I'm gonna try, because here it's probably, even though I changed the position there, it's not gonna work, I think. So I think what I can do now is just incorporate the properties and then see what happens. Like try to update the property from the editor, from the GUI. It might be annoying because the other one is not an object, it's gonna be a vector of objects, the graph. So I'm gonna have to see if I can find examples of that. Hmm. So the array is just the vertex data. So maybe that's what I'm doing wrong there. I think that's what I'm doing wrong. Oh, but it's from this thing here. That's what I have to see on the other one. This is a issue. I have used 3ds Max and V-Ray for a couple of weeks. There, what we do is modeling, set materials, cameras, lights, run the button. Yes, yeah, that's basically what I'm doing. So, yeah, like the GUI is just a reflection of the code, right? So I'm building stuff from codes. Usually the same way that the other stuff works is that there's gonna be stuff where it's a lot easier to do it from codes and other things that's a lot easier to do it from the GUI. So I'm trying to set up a system where I can build stuff from code in a systematic way, obviously. And then whenever I want, I can just use the GUI, basically. Oh, so I think here is where, so it's probably right there, the way that I'm doing. So here's where he's going to use the enums on the array. So it's probably a nested, it might be the type, but I don't see, because the type here is the same, so it should be, yeah, it's just an array, so. Yeah, but array is probably a class. So I think it's a pointer of arrays that it creates there. And then based on the enums, it's gonna figure out. So the index contains, I think it's kind of like a nested array. So you're creating you're creating an array of pointers through the array class. So based on the enum, you can access which one it is because you assign there based on the enum. But I don't see, the problem is that I don't see what can be wrong here with this thing. Oh, maybe it's because I have to do it like this. Yeah, this could be the problem. As a pointer, so based on the enum, I update. I'm gonna try this and then see what happens. What do we mean by unlimited control? Godot is open source, so basically what I have here is the code for Godot, and I'm just changing the codes from them. Hmm. But the name is surface array. Hmm. I think that it should be like the surface thing. So the question is, what is this supposed to be? It's going to be the array class there. Because based on the name, I think it's supposed to be an array of surfaces. And surface is the struct that they use there, or the class that they use to hold the information of the points, I think. But I think pass everything from an array. This is the problem, is that, yeah. Because, like, if I resize, yeah, it doesn't make sense. Hmm. So the question is, does this overload? It doesn't overload the square brackets thing. So maybe I should be using functions there instead of using the enum, but oh, it does overload here. Yeah, so this is probably what is happening there. So I think the way that I was doing is probably correct. It's just gonna write to the member variable. So it is supposed to be the class itself. And then when you use the square brackets, it's just gonna call this function, which is gonna write to the other member variable that they have there. It's probably to protect class. And then on the other one, it's just gonna use the same stuff to compare. So based on the enums, it updates there on the other function. But I don't understand what is wrong here on this way. So I'm just gonna compile, try to open. Let's see what happens. But it's probably not gonna work, so I have to think about maybe just spend more time on the functions. So I think the rest is correct. So just looping twice here and building the sphere based on the triangles. So I build this stuff here. Maybe it's this. Like I should use this other enum. It could be that. I'm gonna try this. Yeah, but I hear. Oh, it does have. Let me see. Color, text UV, normal. So it could be this index. But I think it would only matter like it's maybe it wouldn't show things because it messes up the points, but I think that's probably not the reason. It's probably the other one is also like is designed in such a way that they are both like they both have the same sequence of enums. So what this is doing is basically getting the render server and then it's gonna create a surface based on the stuff that you pass there. So, yeah, I guess the question that I can ask ChatGPT is whether or not this function, if I'm required to pass all the arguments. Yeah, this is kind of the issue. And it's saying that I don't need to pass all the arguments. Hmm. Maybe so. Maybe if I pass like this. I think that's probably not the problem because otherwise it would be probably giving an error or a warning when it compiles, but maybe it works. Because probably this function has default values here. Or it does have here. So only the first two are necessary. Yeah. Hmm. Yo, man, thank you. Next thing is gonna be to add this stuff there. I don't expect it to work now. But I'm gonna try to, yeah, it doesn't work. I'm gonna try to add this stuff anyway. Hmm. Maybe it's because I'm using, maybe I have to use it on the class. Yeah, that might be the issue. Huh. So I'm gonna try to do that first. So one of the reasons, the reason why I'm thinking that it might be the case is that I'm putting this, but it doesn't, unless there's something to do with the rendering pipeline on the time that everything gets rendered. Like instead of putting the function here, I just put the notification on the, yeah, but I think that the mesh doesn't have. If I remember, I was trying to do that. So I put the function here. Sing main out. Sing main out. Sing. The thing is, I don't remember. Yeah, I think this is the problem, is because the mesh is not gonna have the notification function. I think I tried that before. Yeah, it's not gonna work. This is because the mesh is a resource and not a node, if I remember correctly. So it has to be, but maybe it's on a signal. Maybe if I connect through the signal. But I think it doesn't matter that much. Oh, maybe it doesn't work because I think the notification is gonna be on the object. But then why would the macro be from the node? Hmm. Yeah. It's basically this function here. It's gonna run through here. Yeah, I guess I can try and see what happens. And it still doesn't have anything here. It's probably because it is from the node, so I have to access through the node. But it feels weird, so I think it's probably not gonna be the issue. Because it doesn't make sense, because the enum is declared on the node, so it should be only a thing that the nodes use. But I don't remember, because there's both the notification and the signal, so it emits the signal. The problem is that the resource is not going to be parts of the thing. It should be parts of the node that is going to be part of the thing. So yeah, I don't see why this would be the issue, because it is creating from the edge mesh. And this should be working. So it's something else. The question is how, maybe I should go over with the debugger. I think that's probably a good idea. So I can put the breakpoint here and I'll go over with the debugger and see what happens. Because then it's going to be easier to figure out the other functions as well. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So I think this should be correct, and the function seems to be correct as well. Oh, the other thing I can try, but I can set the material on the mesh, but I think it doesn't matter that much, because it should be showing the gray circle, or gray sphere. That's the thing. So basically it's looping over the array and doing this control flow. It's probably a lot easier to go with the debugger. So it's probably better. I'm gonna put the breakpoints, then close everything, then go over with the debugger. Maybe I should try to. I'm just gonna copy this and put there. So, because next thing I'm gonna do is this, but I think now I'm not gonna do that for now. Because so I'm just gonna put here so that it doesn't uh, make it harder for the other stuff. Because then I'm not gonna be able to know what thing is wrong. So I guess you need to explicitly put this macro here as part of the. Oh, maybe that's the reason why it's not, because I didn't put. No, but I think that. So let me see if the notification function. But I think it shouldn't be the reason. So let's mesh instance for the. Because the notification. It doesn't have the notification function here. The notification should be on the node and on the object, and then the enum on the node. So it's not required to put on the to binds on the class. It might be because I don't bind this. Yeah, so I guess like it doesn't. I forgot to do this and I have to do it anyway. So we're just gonna put here. I guess this I should be. Oh, maybe not. So maybe I try one more time after adding this stuff, which I think is not gonna work. And then I do the. It could be because I don't have on the graph as well. Yeah, I didn't put this function on the graph. But it isn't this stuff because it is creating the thing even though it doesn't have the function. So it shouldn't be this the problem. Because it still creates a node even though I don't have the function there on the edge. So this is working as well. So yeah. So it is something else that is wrong. Wait. Oh no, it's on the other stuff. is on this constructor. Hmm. It's probably not gonna work, so I'm just gonna go over with the debugger, see if I can figure out. Instantiated line 3D mesh used as default value for graph engine 3D mesh property. Why is this a warning? Oh, maybe that's the reason. Let me think about this. Hmm. I am setting the mesh on both. So this is a mesh instance 3D. No, I think that it doesn't matter. Yeah, so I'm gonna ask ChatGPT why is this a warning. Don't think I'm gonna have any good answers, probably. The other thing that I tried to do was to print statements inside of the function to see if it's running, but nothing showed on the console log here, on the outputs. So I'm not really sure, but like it should be showing, it should be calling the function because it should be sending a notification to the nodes. So I'm gonna put another breakpoint here. I'm adding this as a child of the graph, so it should be a part of the visualization. And the constructor of this should put the mesh. Yeah. So it's like appending or adding a mesh instance 3D as child of the graph, and then I'm setting the mesh here as member variable of the graph, right, of the edge. So I don't understand why it's not showing. Because I think that the notification should run for each node that is a part of the graph, and this is gonna be a part of the graph because it's a child of the graph. So let me just run the debugger. So I think that the debugger is gonna. So I have to remember which project it is. I'll close all the files, already put the breakpoints there. I'm gonna run the debugger. All main sync projects. Yeah, I think it's this thing here. I'm gonna press F5 because I have other breakpoints. Just gonna press F5 to try to get there as fast as possible. Hopefully it's gonna show there, this stuff. I think it will because the stuff that I have there is part of the editor, so at some point it should call everything. Because these breakpoints are like this version that I'm running on the debugger is gonna be the editor. Just is basically the same thing as opening the project manager and then opening the project that I had there. So, but from code. That's basically what I'm doing here. Yeah, so this is the interesting. It's gonna call at some point. Just gonna press fine. I should just put here instead. I should put a breakpoint on inside of the constructor of the edge. It should be initializing everything. Size 0. Hmm. So I'm not really sure if this means that there was an error there or because it should be correct. Let's block this. But it is not going here, so I'm not really sure. But I do think it initializes here. Yeah. Yeah, so I think it is correct. So this is the weird thing. Oh, maybe it's because of the way that I'm doing this. Oh, but no. Because otherwise it should be... Yeah, it's not. Never mind. I think I'm just gonna press F5. Because it looks correct. There might be something else. So I think that the part that I need to spend time is on the when it builds the mesh. But this is kind of the problem because it's not gonna show here, I think. Because it only shows. Actually, now I'm not really sure. Maybe it should show because I'm doing on C++. Yeah, but I think it doesn't probably. It's interesting that it opens the thing from the beginning. Hmm. This is kind of the issue. So let me think of this. It might be because of this that like the way that the thing is supposed to work is only so it might be the difference between like creating classes from modules and extending the functionality of the class by inheriting and creating a new class from the module and just adding functionality based from the GDScript or the extension. But I think that it would be like very similar, if not the same. Not the same, but very similar. Because the script also, the function related to the script should be running on the cycle. Like, it's just based on the macros there. So, but it does make me think that like if I implement this stuff on the C++ class, Like maybe it's supposed to run on the editor directly because yeah, how does that work? That's the question. So when you have a GD script and you attach, why doesn't it show the geometry on the editor, but it shows on the game? That's the question. I think it has to do with the resources. That's the problem. So the reason why it doesn't show when you're using GD script is because of the way that the editor is going to manage the resources. So it only attaches the script on the runtime of the game. Because I don't understand the attached script functionality very well yet. But I think it's just creating a sub resource on the, it's just updating probably the script instance class of that node. But from the editor standpoint, it doesn't run the code after you attach. It only runs when you run the game because it puts the resources probably with the executable. Because I know that when you click play there, it's just going to run the Godot again. It's going to build the commands and then run Godot again. But this time with the resources you have for the scene. Or for the whole game, actually. So I do think that it probably should be different. The way that the ArrayMesh is going to work if you implement from C++ and if you implement from GDScript, I think is different. It should show directly because the way that I'm implementing now is part of the whole thing. So like maybe I made, no, but it should be. So it is new edge here. So the question is why it's not calling the notification of the, so I guess one thing that I can try is put it here. So I can put a function here. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do now. So stop this. So the question is why is it not running the notification from the edge if the edge is a part of the graph? So what I'm gonna do here is create another function on the graph. And I'm basically gonna call the other function. So first I check to see if the edges are not empty. And if they are not, I just access the first one. And then I call the function there. Which would be this one. Let's build. Then I'm gonna see. So first I'm gonna open from the thing there. But then I'm gonna try to see if the debugger, if it goes over. So build ArrayMesh, build ArrayMesh. And then I'm gonna put this on the process here. So what this should do is first it's gonna build the graph because this is called when it enters a tree, and then at some point it should call this stuff. And this is gonna check to see on the edges, which is a vector of pointers. Then I access the first one, it should be this one, and then I call the build curve 3D, which is gonna call the function from the other one. And this one should make it draw the thing. So let's see if I can compile. I think that the reason why it's not showing the function though is because Yeah, but actually, I was gonna say because it's not running the game, but one that it was running the game, and then two that it did show the function for the graph, but it might be different because of the time of the where the two functions are called. So because of the one that on the graph there is gonna show, or it's gonna run when the node enters the tree, so that's before the game starts, let's say. Is it when it is building the editor, I think, which happens when it builds the editor, it happens before, way before it runs it renders everything. It happens on the setup that it creates the editor node. And the editor node contains all the nodes for the editor, obviously. So I think as it's building the editor node, it's probably at some point gonna build the graph node because the graph's part of the thing, but I'm not really sure. It's confusing because the node's part of the scene, which is part of the editor. So I don't remember really well. But I think he loads everything from the cache that the editor has. But it obviously render at some point. That's it ran the notification for the graph, but it didn't run for the edge. So that's kind of weird. It might be because of the class DB stuff. Because the editor only has access to the. But if that was the case, then you shouldn't show the nodes, the meshes. Actually, it might be because what I'm doing is actually implementing a function from the children, and not just the node. So it might show the node because it has access, because I'm adding as a child to the graph. But maybe it doesn't run the function for that node because it doesn't have access to the class DB, to the properties of the graph. So it is not, the editor is not aware. Yeah, but I'm not really sure because like it should be a child. That's the thing. Hmm. So I'm gonna try to go with the debugger again. I think next thing I'm gonna try to do is just incorporate the property functions so I can have access to the stuff here. But I'm gonna have to see how to add the property, if it's possible to add properties that are vectors. Maybe the ArrayMesh has member variables because of the way that you select there. No, it doesn't have. No. I think it's the ImmediateMesh. No, there is. I think it's CSG polygon. Trying to think about a class that has a member variable that is a vector, so I can see how they add the property to the class DB. It's probably path 3D, I think. Yeah, I think it's path 3D. No, it should be curve 3D though. Right, curve 3D has points. So it's curve 3D. But I think first I should probably go with the debugger. Oh, I think curve 3D doesn't, it just inherits from curve, which it doesn't inherit from. Oh, so, but it has here. Oh. So, add array counts. It's probably this one, yeah. So it probably uses this to expose there. property setter getter. So you put the label, the counts, then the setter and getter. So label, counts, setter, getter. So what I have to do is just create 2 other functions on the graph. And then puts this stuff. But that seems kind of annoying to do, to be honest. So maybe think about something else before. The thing is, I'm gonna probably have to do this anyway. So let me see what is the counts. Points counts. It's probably easier here. Adjust the size. But so I guess it's like any, because the string doesn't map to anything there. Yeah, points counts doesn't map to anything. I guess just the name of the that you want to display there. I do remember that it puts a curve here at some point. Path 3D. It doesn't have anything that is point counts there. I guess you can put any name there. But I'm just gonna test that, obviously. So first I'm gonna go over with the debugger. Just see if it's gonna call. Then I'll think about this, but I'm gonna save this on the graph 3D. Here. And it's gonna be, so let me, what is points? It's probably the name. So I'm just gonna put graphs, or yeah. So the name of the class. 3D. Just gonna put graph. Node 3D counts. And then this true, I'm gonna have to create. I'll think about a name later. What is the last one supposed to be? Prefix. I just put graph 3D. Here. Yeah, but so I'm just gonna. Yes, indirectly, but yes. So someone's asking if the class DB is used for scripting interactions. So like the way that it works is that the class DB is it is a singleton class, and it serves as a bridge between a global object. So the way that it works is that they create a global object somewhere here that is gonna hold all the objects that are used throughout the program, let's say. So it basically holds everything, holds all the objects. And class DB is a class that is used to extract information for the class or the object that is being used, so that you have a bridge between the engine and the editor and the scripting language. So this class here, method bind, is gonna hold information for each function of the class. and you have the name of the class. So what happens is, I'm just gonna show, basically every time that you inherit from an object class, you need to specify this function here called bind methods. That's how you're gonna like register or subscribe the class to ClassDB. And inside of the class declaration here, you put this macro here. And this macro is the thing that is going to allow your class to have access to the functions that Godot uses on the initialization of the class to register it on the ClassDB. So the function that is going to use, I think, so this is one of the functions. This basically just gets the name of the class. So it works with tokens here. So the way that it works is you pass your class and you pass the parent of your class here to this macro, and this is going to copy paste this functionality here inside of the class you put the macro on. And then it uses this token pasting operator to create functions based on the name of the class that you're subscribing. So here you would be like pasting the class you have there. In my case, it would be graph3d. So it's creating a string of graph3d, and it's creating this function on that class. So this is going to allow Godot to call this thing here at some points to get the name of your class. And the other function that it has, I think, is register class. So it's initialize class. So this initialize class runs every time that an object is initialized based on the way that they do the initialization of the objects there, which I can show if you want. But it's basically going to call this whenever you put memnew. Memnew is a macro that they create to initialize objects. So you're going to put memnew and the name of your class. In my case, it would be graph3d. And if your class was initialized with the GD class macro, it's going to have access to this function. So this macro here is going to eventually call this. And what this does is when the class is initialized. And what this does is call these functions here. And this is basically based on the tokens that you pass there on when you call the macro. So minherits would be the parent of your class, and mclass is the name of the class. So it's calling the add class function with the type of your class, which is basically a function that is going to register your class. So this is the other function that I was talking about. This gets the name of your class. So in my case, it would be graph3d string here. It's going to pass this to this function here. So this is the name of your class. And what this is going to do is going to put your class, it creates this other class here to hold the information about the class. And it's going to put this on a global object, which is this classes here. So it's classes, the name of your class, which is the key, equals to this other class here that's going to hold information for your class. And that's basically what it's doing. And the way that that the engine, I think, and the editor and the scripting language are going to work is that at some point they're going to try to get information from your class from this global object, which is declared here. So it's basically a hash map of all the classes that the project has. And this allows the scripting language and the editor to have access to the information of the class. And inside of this thing here, there's also, I think, I don't remember, but there at some point it's going to use this method bind and method info to do stuff. I think it's on the bind methods here. So basically this function here, what this does is just subscribes the function that you have on your class to also hold the information. So you're basically passing as a function pointer. You're passing as a string with a macro that the macro inside of here creates the method bind class, I think, with the information of the name of the function and the argument. So this is creating a method bind class. This part, I remember it was confusing because I do remember searching for this, but I'm pretty sure that it basically is gonna, or maybe it's on the translation of types here inside of here. So I think it's this function that creates. So it gets this and creates the method bind. So it's here actually. I do remember going over this, and it's very confusing, but it's basically holding the information of the function that your class has on this method bind class here, and then it's gonna update the class that you have on the global object there with the method bind info, or method bind class. So this is gonna call that global object or get your class from the global object, if I remember correctly. Or something like this. Yeah, here. So here is the global object there that your class was registered on, and this would be the name of the or the type of the class that it gets from this method bind, which is the function. So it's basically getting from here, I think. And then based on that global object, it's going to get the type, and then based on that, it's going to subscribe. It's kind of like subscribing the function of your class to the global object there that it has to keep track of all the classes. And then at some point, it's going to use that global object to translate information of types based on this variant class. The variant is a class that has a bunch of templated functions that allow them to translate the different types. And this is the reason why they need to do this, I think. So it's like the variant creates the bridge between types of the C++ code and the GDScript code, basically. And also is used on the emit signal events, because that's how they figure out what the types of the arguments are. It is very confusing, but on a general view, that's what's happening. A method map. So the method map of the type, the type is the class info, if I remember. Yeah, class info. So you got the class from the classes, which is a global object, based on your type, which gets from the function that the macro subscribes there. This is going to return the name of the type. In my case, would be class or graph 3D. So that's basically the name, like graph 3D. It's like instance type would be like string graph 3D. That's basically what's going on. And because of the register class there, it stores this name here on the global object to map to the type of or to that class there that I showed in the beginning, which is basically going to be the initial class. It's just a class info class that holds information about your class. And then it uses this type. This class info class has a method map, which is a hash that keeps track of all the functions for the class. So it's taking the name of the function and mapping to the method bind class, which holds the information for the function, which is the function pointer and the types of arguments and stuff like that. And then later on, it's going to use the variant class to translate everything. And I think I explained this. I explained a lot of stuff, I think, on some of other streams that I did where I was like figuring this out. So maybe on those ones, like, is easier to, but I don't remember it well. Like, there's so much stuff that I don't remember the order of what's happened when. And I still have to, study more how the script instance work. So basically, the way, as far as I understand right now, the way that the scripting language works is based on so object class is the base class, and like that's how everything works pretty much. It's just object-oriented programming paradigm. So everything inherits from object, and then you use this macro to subscribe these functions that every object needs to have. And then one of the member variables of the object class is going to be the script instance. So this is the definition of the object. And basically you have GD extension here as well. So this is the class that is used for GD extension. So GD extension, I think, is very similar to the way the script works, but slightly different. But yeah, that's this stuff I have to figure out as well. And also, it's going to subscribe the object on another global object, which is object slots, which is an array that keeps track of the objects. And the way that the array keeps track of the objects is by using this. It's not really an array, I think. I'm not sure. Maybe array is the correct way to put it. But they basically implement the same logic that an array would have in C, where they reallocate memory as the array grows. But each time you create an object, I think it's gonna put the thing on the object slots, which is another global thing that they use to keep track of objects. And they use this instance ID, which is this number. And this number is based on another global variable, which is basically just incrementing by 1, I think. Each time you create another object, it increments the object ID by 1 and assigns that to the class. And this happens inside of the class, the object constructor, I think. So both of these functions happen at the same time on the object initialization. And then Godot's going to use those two global objects to keep track of all the objects. And as far as I know right now, the GDScript functionality happens through this stuff here. So this is the class that is going to serve as a bridge between Godot and GDScript. And GDScript is going to have, GDScript is a class, it's called class GDScript, I think, that inherits from this, I think, or something like that. And then at some point, it calls on one of these functions that always get called on the rendering cycle, either through the notification. One of them is notification, and the other one, I think they happen at the same time, probably. But the other one just emits signals. So based on the rendering cycle, the sync tree is going to call a function. Inside of the function, it's going to emit signal, and it's going to call the notification for each node. And that's the both ways that the scripting functionality is going to work, and the stuff that is going to change the behavior of objects. I forgot. I have to find here. I think it's just this function. So yeah, it basically emits the signal at the same moment that it calls notification. So yeah, like there are standard signals that are the ones used on the GDScript, which is a macro, which is another thing that is kind of confusing. I think on the nodes, I'm gonna be able to find the global thing is this thing here, object slots. Is a static thing and is a global variable. So yeah, here gets object based on this. This is one of the functions that it uses there. This is a global object here. And this one is the one that adds the object. So it's based on this object DB class. So let me look into the nodes. The macro part is the most confusing one to understand the script. But I still don't understand the nuances of exactly how it's going to run, but I think it's based on the macro there. So I think it's easier to find here. It's basically this file here. This file is generated on build time. And it's a file that has a bunch of macros that define functions for our scripting. So these macros here are going to be the ones that are used to subscribe the functions that are going to run to emit the signals for the script. And it happens inside of the node here. So the functions you see there on the GDScript are basically these ones. They're just calling these macros. And the way that it works is very similar to the way that GD class works. It's basically the same thing. It puts the macro inside of the class. And then inside of the macro, it defines the functions that are going to run at different moments of the rendering cycle. But that's the part that's kind of confusing. So, but I do think that they run at the same time. So, like the signals are slightly different than the notification, because the notification changes the behavior of the class hierarchy, and the signals are just bridges that, like the node class is going to emit by default that signal. And then it allows you to connect, to create another class that is going to derive from nodes and to connect to that signal. But it's different than the notification because the signal is like two different objects communicating with each other, and notification is just one object changing its behavior based on the class inheritance. So this function here that is subscribes is basically doing the same thing there, whereas using the token pasting operator to declare these other functions here. And these functions are going to run at some point. But this part's kind of confusing because of the way that the debugger works there. Like at some points, if you go through the definition, it doesn't show. I think it's on the main loop. Yeah, the main loop shows this stuff here. So when you go from the main rendering cycle, it's called main iteration, the main function that is going to run, that is going to produce the rendering cycle. If you go to the definition from that point, it's going to get you to this function here, but that's not the actual one that runs. The ones that runs is the one from the scene tree. But this one, it should be, in this part is the one that is kind of weird because I'm not really sure, 100% sure if it does run or not. Maybe this function also runs, which would make sense because this one is a macro that is just calling so it's passing the name of the event here with the arguments, and it's just going to call the macro there that it was subscribed inside of the node class, which is basically this function here. So when you use the other macro, just calling this function. And this is the function that is going to get the script instance from the current object. And based on that, it's going to call a function from the script instance, which is this call p, which is probably the thing that is going to actually make the code from the GDScript run. But this part I'm not 100% sure. And this is generated on build time because it depends on the version of GDScript. So they create this file at build time based on this make virtuals, I think, which is just this like meta programming. So they're creating the code for the thing at build time. Interesting. Apparently, so this is gonna inherit is a virtual function. So probably, and this is not the correct one, I think. Yeah, so it's this function. This is the one that it is there, the call p, which probably the GD class is gonna inherit from this. I think it's GDScript class. I do remember seeing at some point this, but I don't remember where. Yeah, it is on the attached script. So when you click on the attached script on the editor, at some point it's gonna call some function that is gonna initialize this class here. GDScript is class. So that's how I know that this is the class that implements GDScript. I'm pretty sure that it is this class here, but it's weird because on the other macro there is script instance and not this class. So I'm not really sure how it works. And there's probably a bunch of parsing involved, and that's the reason why it's kind of annoying. Sure. Oh, but it does have this thing here. So it's probably this function that it's calling there. And yeah. And it's probably just gonna get whatever function is related to running the thing. To running whatever function you put there on the GDScript class. And it's going to use this variance to translate the information from one point to the other, I think. This is a total reflection system. Is it possible to use several different script languages in a single project? Yes, I think it is. I'm not 100% sure because, like I said, like I don't know very well at what moments it calls this stuff. Like, I'm pretty confident that this is what's happening just based on the source code. But when you're stepping over with the debugger, it's not very clear because there's like so many things going on that it's kind of hard to see how, if it is, what exactly is happening. So, but I got like this is kind of the problem because if you put the breakpoint inside of the notification on the object, it's just going to stop the debugger like each time. So it's kind of annoying to set it up. You can make a conditional breakpoint, but I don't know, it's kind of annoying. But the way that it works here is basically the same way that, or a very similar way that the extension works. And then GD extension allows you to have code from other languages to run. So I'm pretty sure that it's possible to have different nodes running different codes, running different scripting languages. I have to remember. Yeah, I think it's, no, it's some function. There's another place here that it shows there. I forgot where. But basically, GD extension is gonna be a member variable of the object as well. I'll be right back. I need to go to the bathroom. So I wanted to do Blender today as well, but I don't think it's gonna be possible. Guys, one thing that I can try to do is put a breakpoint here, but I think it's probably unlikely to work because this is generated. But I'm gonna try to do this and then run the debugger. Because this file is generated at build time, so I'm not really sure how that works. But I do think that like the sync tree is the function that gets called there, but so the thing that is not clear is what is the relationship between, because I think that is just like any other class. So like the script instance is the base class, and then so what I can do is just look at the functions, look at the source code for the classes that inherit from script instance, because I think there's probably gonna be two classes. One is the one responsible for C#, and the other one is responsible for GDScript. So if I look at the source code of both of them and then search for, or try to figure out which one is which, and then based on that, I can put, or I can figure out how the connection of that class is going to be with the GDScript class. I think that probably the reason why the editor doesn't show. The editor is kind of different than the game, I think, because the editor uses, as far as I understand now, it uses different classes to display whatever's happening. So like the classes are built based on the same type, and it uses class DB instantiate function, I think, to generate the class based on the name of the cell that the editor has. But so like it uses one class to represent the whatever's going on, but the actual class that is going to run on the engine when you're running the game is a different class. So it's the same type, but it's a different instance, I think. And the difference is going to be probably on the resources. So I think that's the reason why if you have ArrayMesh, if you have anything that happens on GDScript, it doesn't show on the editor because the GDScript is going to be viewed through the lens of the editor as a external resource from the class that is only updated at runtime. But the other variables is possible to update because then the editor has access to them through the class DB. But I'm not like I have to. It's kind of hard to think about how to clarify these things without spending a bunch of time on a bunch of other stuff that doesn't matter because there's a lot of things going on. I think I'm not going to spend time on this one. I just want to see if it's going to run the other function. The one that actually builds the ArrayMesh. I think it's... So it doesn't build, it doesn't run that. So I guess one thing that I can do, I'm gonna try test this because the first thing that I'm trying to do now is to see if it's gonna build the mesh from the code. But now it's pretty obvious that it's not running. So like, it could be the case that it doesn't run at all, the function, for some reason, or it could be that it doesn't run on the editor and runs on the game. It's supposed to run on the game, but for some reason now it's not running. This is the function that is going to run after you click the button there that I studied some point. So this function is going to build the command to run the engine again. That's basically what the window there is. I think it opens up another process and it's just running the engine with the resources that you have on the scene, which is the current edit scene. The edited scene is I think an array that has actually edited scenes is an array inside of the editor node, if I remember correctly, or inside of the editor data. Editor data is a member of editor nodes, and inside of the editor data you have edited scenes, which is an array of edited scene classes. The edited scene class is the class that has the state for the current scene that's being displayed. And also the configurations, I think, on the cache of the editor settings or editor configuration, editor layouts configuration, you're gonna have the main scene for the project, or it's gonna be on the project settings. I don't remember which one. Maybe both. I think it's on the project settings. So project settings has the main scene, and then that's how it figures out. So it gets the state from the edited scene, which is the class, and based on these resources, as far as I remember, it's gonna build the other command to run the project again, but with the resources. So when you run the engine with the resources, instead of opening the editor, it runs the game. Okay. The main difference is the resources at runtime, or at builds. Actually, at runtime, I think, because you're just passing the different command lines, command line arguments. And this is the function that is going to run the thing there. But I'm not really sure if it's going to put the breakpoint there or run. So yeah, that's kind of the thing that I'm trying to clarify now. Is because I think based on all the stuff that I said, I have a good idea of how it works, but I'm not 100% sure. Like the connection of the, I want to clarify in my mind. This is something that has been confusing since the beginning. Which is like, there's one distinction, which is the distinction between the notification function and the signals. And then the other distinction is the GDScript functions that run there on the file and the rendering cycle. So like, what is the pathway from the rendering cycle and the first time that it calls those functions and the actual function declared on the GDScript file? I think that's the thing that I have to clarify. So this is probably the save scene. So before it runs, it saves the scene. And saving scene file, all that's happening is just creating a package scene, which is a class that it creates to package the information and to write and read from the file. So just writing the information of the scene to the file, I think. And the file is just going to be the nodes that are resources and the sub-resources that are the member variables of the nodes that were subscribed to the class, I think. Or that the class DB has access to, probably. It might be the reason why it doesn't do anything there, because I didn't subscribe the member variable. But it doesn't make sense because now I'm putting the function there on the notification. So I think it should be running. It might be because of this difference between the way that the editor builds the class and the way that the engine builds the class. So for that reason, it's not running the notification of the nodes you have there, because the nodes it displays on the editor are different nodes. That makes sense. Yeah, I think that the nodes that it displays on the editor, but that's... So I think this is the thing. So the reason why it doesn't call the notification function, but I'm not really sure actually. I was gonna say that the reason might be because the way that it builds the class. So like, it displays the notification when the node enters the scene, because that part happens before the main rendering cycle. So it happens when the editor node is being constructed. But then after that, the node that is actually going to display on the editor is not the same. But I'm not really sure. I think that doesn't make a lot of sense, because if it runs once, then both nodes should be parts. Yeah. I'm not really sure if that makes sense. It could be the case that I'm just putting the wrong thing there, but I think like if the enum exists, then it should run at least once, I think. So that's the thing. It's confusing. So I guess there's two different ways. But I think that it's not worth it to. I was thinking more about investigating the rendering server now, but I think it's not worth it because it seems that it's not even calling the function. So I'm not really sure if like it's probably not the. Yeah, there could be a mistake there, but like I think it's not calling the function. So I guess one thing that I can do. So I can just next thing to do is probably just put the function on the build. So right after I do the mesh, so that way it's gonna allow me to see if it's building anything. But there's two different paths that I have to clarify. One is this, so like I should probably put. So it does stop here. So it does call this at some point. But the problem here with the step over because it is a macro, so it's not gonna show what happens inside of the macro. That's the issue. And now I remember why. So this is the problem, is that like it doesn't allow you to see what is going on. And because the functions are built from macros, I think there isn't a way to put a breakpoint. But I guess I can put a breakpoint inside of the script instance. Actually, yeah. That's probably what I should try. So like see all the classes that inherit from script instance and then put a breakpoint inside of those functions. Because it's probably going to stop on those functions. Yeah, it doesn't show anything. So this happens inside of the sync tree. So it does call both. But the first one that calls is the sync tree process. And this happens inside of the main iteration function, which is based on the OS. So it's going to call the singleton of the OS, which depends on which kind of build you are. So there's the base class, which is the class OS, and then there's the derived classes, which depend on the operational system you're using. Then that class is going to have the get main loop, which gets the main loop. But when it gets the main loop, is actually the sync tree because the sync tree is built on the setup. So the sync tree has the main loop, I think. So that's the reason why it calls the process on the sync tree first, and then it calls on here. And I think on this function, it's also gonna call, if I remember. It's gonna emit the signal there, I think. This process function is the one that emits the signal. It emits the signal, it calls notification for each node, if I remember correctly. So it's on process group, I think. If I remember correctly. Hmm. Yeah, this is where it calls here. So it's gonna call the notification function with the enum there to specify what part it is. The notification is on the object. So this is basically the main function that is going to call for each node. And this works based on the class hierarchy. So if the object that you have attached a script to it, then it means that it's going to have the script instance here, I think. So it's going to call both. It's going to call both the notification function for the object and the functionality on the script instance class, I think. And the reverse, it just reverses the order. So I think the default order is that the most base class runs the notification function first, then its children, and the reverse is the other way around, where the highest class, let's say the most derived one, runs its notification first, and then it goes backwards to the base, I think. Not really sure. Yeah, it doesn't show because it's part of the macro. So if we press F11 or F10 to step into and step over, it doesn't show the actual function because it's just part of the macro. But the one that is running is the notification inside there. This one calls this other one. This I didn't remember this. So it's gonna call twice, both here and on the other one. But I guess this one doesn't matter that much. The other one is the one that probably calls. Well, maybe not. Maybe this one also calls. Actually, this makes more sense because the macro is inside of the node class. So I think this is the one that class that called the function declared there on the other file. And the first one, I'm not really sure. But it doesn't show because it's part of the macro. So the one that is calling is this one, and is So how does that work? So I do remember, I know for sure that it's gonna call. Yeah, it calls this one, but it's not going here for some reason. Yeah, but I know for sure that it calls this. I guess it's because, yeah, this one is declared on the header. It's defined on the header, so that's why it wasn't going, I think. Yeah, so it doesn't show here because it's on the header, but it calls this one. And this one is gonna recurse based on whether it's reversed or not. It's basically the same. I think that is weird here, is that it's not. Because the graph 3D, I'm pretty sure I inherit from Node 3D. So maybe it makes sense that it doesn't call the other one, but the other one inherits from Mesh Instance 3D, which also inherits from Node 3D. So I should be calling this function, and it should be calling this thing here. This is what I don't understand. Yeah, so the next thing that I'm going to try is just put the functionality on the build graph, because I know that the build graph is running. So if it runs the thing only once, it should create the mesh. But obviously that's not ideal, so I'm gonna have to spend time figuring out why this is happening. It might be because of the difference, like it's only supposed to run because of the structure in the groups or something. It's only supposed to run when the game is running. The notification for the graph 3D. Yeah, but it's not gonna show anything. Hmm. I think it is because of the way that the editor builds the nodes. So the question, actually, the other thing I can do is run again and then step over instead of pressing F5. Once it gets to the point where it stops on the enter tree here, because I do wanna see. I think that this happens when it's adding the child on the editor somehow. Because the graph. Hmm. But this is the weird thing, because if this node is part of the editor nodes hierarchy, then I think that this function should be running inside of the rendering cycle, because it's going to traverse the entire scene tree. So it comes down to whether or not the graph node is part of the main scene tree. The editor node definitely is, otherwise it wouldn't be showing the editor. So I think that's what's happening. Like, this is kind of the issue, because the editor creates different nodes. It doesn't make this class a part of the editor, I think. But then the question is, why would this function be why would it be calling this function? It doesn't make sense. Yeah, so I'm just gonna stop this, and I'm gonna put the other. I'm gonna close everything. So what I'm gonna do is just put this function on the build graph. I'm gonna copy. So we're gonna run this here. So let me see if I can. I don't remember what way they do things there to display, so I'm just gonna do this. So I think if I do like this, then like, I'm gonna guarantee that the function runs. And this function is gonna build, is supposed to build the ArrayMesh. So I think it does work if you only build once, because the example in the documentation, it does the thing on the ready, which I think it only runs once. So if this is correct, then it should build the mesh there, I think. So obviously, if it works, I'm gonna have to spend time thinking about how I'm going to clarify what is going on with the notification. The main angle that I'm thinking about is the registration on the class DB, or something weird like that. It might be because of the level, but I put on the module to register the classes, the level is gonna be the scene level, but I think the scene level comes before the editor. So like, the editor requires the scene level. That makes sense. So I think that's, yeah, so it is a problem on the function there. No. Array length equals 0. So where can I this? One thing that I can do is put a breakpoint there. But rendering server should be, the problem is because it's probably because the constructor there is not working. Should resize the array to the max there. Array length equals 0. Server. Yeah, is this vertex? So I can put a breakpoint here as well. Hmm. For array length equals 0. This is supposed to be a vector, vector tree. Might be the way that I'm initializing this stuff. So what I can do is change the types. So instead of the packets, but it's gonna be the same thing because you're just redefining the name there. So I think the problem is that this is 0 there. So it's an issue with memory probably. So there's both, but I think that's like if I fix this issue, it's probably gonna work. But the more concerning thing is like it's not running the function there. Or maybe it is running the function on the game and it just doesn't show the error for some reason. That's yeah, so now obviously like once I'm able to fix this then I can see there. Once I know it's working this way, then I just put the function again, see what happens. Hmm. So it has to be this. So I don't think that this is a problem because otherwise it would be here. The question is why. It's probably the way that I'm initializing this. So let me see if I can ask ChatGPT. How can I ask this? Maybe if I put, because the thing is, if I put address, it's not gonna work, I think. I don't think this is the error because otherwise you would throw a different error probably. Is the order here? But I don't think this is the issue. It might be the enum that I changed. And maybe it's the, Well, that doesn't make sense. But the thing is that this has the type there. It has the same type, I think, that it requires here. Okay. So I don't see what is the problem, because I should be the enum that I'm putting there, and then I'm making that equal to the vertices that I'm building here, which I'm building based on this stuff. So like the only thing explanation could be this stuff here. What if I pass like this? But I don't see why this would be an error. Maybe it's because of I don't have the function here, but I also don't see. Because if that was the problem, then you wouldn't. Yeah, I'm not really sure actually. I can't say for sure that you wouldn't run the function. So let me try to do that. But I don't think that, like, it doesn't seem that this would be the problem. Because otherwise it wouldn't be. Obviously, it's better to do this anyway, so. Wait. So I'm trying to think how I can ask the issue ChatGPT to clarify. So basically what I have to do, because I know that it is working through this, so I have to clarify how to translate the information here. So one thing that I can do is just remove the colors, because it's going to be easier. I'm going to do that from the other one as well. But I need to figure out how to translate the information from the GDScript to the code here the easiest way possible. Let me remove this from here. Hmm. The only explanation that makes sense is the memory, I think. Maybe if I see the equality operator on the array, or the equal operator. But I think the equal just probably runs the constructor, maybe. Operator equal. Hmm. But this is probably, yeah, because it's gonna run the other one first. Just this one, and then the result of that is gonna be a variance. And it's translating the back-to-vector tree array to a variance, I think. So maybe if I use vector tree instead. But I do think that the variant class has the packed array. From what I remember. Yeah, it has here. So why is it empty? I'm gonna try again without passing the arguments there, but because maybe it was the enum there that's made the thing. Like maybe there's another problem and the enum just makes go to another place. It's kind of hard to come up with questions to figure this out. Because I don't think that the way that I'm asking here is not gonna lead me to the right direction. Because it's more complicated, I think. But I do think that it's something related to memory and the way that I'm initializing the classes. That's kind of the problem. Because I'm initializing the mesh inside of the constructor of the graph edge mesh. And then I'm calling the function from the graph class. So let me try to compile again, see what happens. It could be this. Because I know that from the variant class, the vector tree and I think variations of vector of the array, the packet array, it shouldn't allocate memory, I think. So the object allocate memories on the thing, but if it doesn't allocate memory, then it's kind of weird, I think, because I'm not really sure. This is supposed to get the address, so maybe what is happening is that it's just creating, because I'm creating here, it's after the function is called, it deletes the object. And because this was just a reference, then it becomes a null pointer, but I'm not really sure if that's the case. Mesh CPP. Mesh CPP. So this condition is because of this. And so I know it's failing here. I'm gonna try to compile again and see what happens. It might be possible because of the flag there that was passing that is different than the default one. But I don't think that's the case. Yeah, it's probably not the reason. It's failing here. So the only explanation is the memory. But this is supposed to be the array there. So this is supposed to be the main array, then the I is gonna be the enum, and the value of this should be the vertices that I'm creating inside of the function. So it's something to do. It's probably the thing that I said, where because I'm creating the vector inside of the function after the function ends. But the thing is that it's running the same function. So maybe something else. It could be because the vector is a member. Hmm. Could be because I have to use pushback stuff. What would be the difference? It's basically the same stuff. Oh, pushback is passing the element itself, append is passing the reference. So maybe if I use pushback instead, I'm gonna try to just change and see what happens. Oh, this is the issue. So it makes more sense to do like this. Same thing. So I guess another thing I can try is to build, instead of making, so there's two things that I can try, that I can think about now. One is putting the debugger, the breakpoints there, and seeing like what happens. So I can put, yeah, I can run over with the debugger because I already have the breakpoint here. The other thing is to, instead of making member variable of the class, I create the variable here. But I'm not really sure if that's the problem. Might be because of the way that I'm initializing. So I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna try this one first. Let's see what happens. Then I'll go over with the debugger. So there's two things that I need to clarify. One is gonna be like this whole process of how the thing that both things depend on the rendering cycle. I have to think about a way to like figure out at what point at what point Godot's gonna call the functions. The problem is that it builds the shaders before and it caches the shaders when it's setting everything up. And then on the rendering cycle, it's just gonna use those shaders. And the problem is that it's gonna involve all the complexity that comes with Vulkan for all this stuff. So it's probably on the command queue or the message queue that's is gonna run these things maybe. So I think one idea would be to put breakpoints on the rendering server functions and then go from that point to try to understand. Maybe watch a bunch of Vulkan tutorials as well. So I need to clarify how does it select the shaders that it's going to use for each material. So basically the whole pipeline from the mesh to the shaders, how the path works to actually I know the functions on the primitive mesh there that it's using. It's not that hard to figure out. So I know which function it uses from those meshes to build the geometry, to build the vertices. But I don't understand like the context yet of how the function is going to be used. Or how the vertices are going to be used. It's basically this function here. So all these standard meshes that it creates, they implement this function. And inside of the function is the one that it builds the points. So it could be because of the initialization. I just realized that I can just copy this. I can copy this function and put there. Or like find a simple class instead of this one and then just copy and put this one to create the vertices. But so it's probably the same way actually, now that I think about it. The question is how does you use the P array there? Because the array comes from outside. So I guess one thing that I can do is just see if I put the breakpoint here, if it's gonna, I can create a mesh from the editor, get a geometry more simple than this, and then put the breakpoint on there and see if it's gonna stop on the function, then step over the function to understand, because I want to understand the path to this function here, like how does it work, and then at what point the rendering server is gonna use this array that it builds here to draw the mesh. Like what shader, how it select the shader, and how does it use the points to render. So I guess I'm gonna do that as well. So I'm gonna select a simple geometry from the editor. Then I'm gonna put breakpoints on the function. I'm gonna step over to see what happens. But the problem is that I know, I don't know for sure, but I think that's the point that this happens here that builds the geometry is gonna be a different point than the point that it uses the points to draw. That makes sense. So I need to figure out, I think it's gonna be like the easiest way just to look into the rendering server classes and then put breakpoints there to figure out what moment is gonna actually, because I already have an idea of how the pipeline works from OpenGL. It's basically just putting this data in memory. It's going to be basically buffers. I think of Vulkan is just command buffers. And I think there's another name that I forgot. Descriptors. So it uses descriptors. Descriptors in Vulkan is the same thing as GL attribute vertex, for example, on OpenGL. It's just specifications of how Vulkan should use the buffer you allocate memory to in order to draw. So basically on the setup is gonna create all these buffers, I think, using the device driver, rendering device driver, something like that. That class is gonna set up the buffers, which basically sets up the memory, and it's gonna set up the descriptors of the buffers. But then the question is, how does that? Because basically, on OpenGL, the relationship between that and the shader is that it's just the shader is gonna get the information from the buffers to do the calculation of whatever code you put inside the shader, to go to the graphics pipeline, which is just gonna rasterize the points. I'm not really sure if Vulkan rasterizes as well. But it's basically receiving point by point and then creating the triangles. I think creates on geometry shader first. Then it rasterizes them, and then it does the depth calculation and the blends for the colors. It basically goes through the pipeline. But the bridge between the shader and the buffers on Vulkan is not very clear. And also how Godot is gonna do that. I know that they use a module to compile the shader, and it happens when it's setting up all the modules, it's gonna set up a module that compiles the shader. It's gonna set up the module that is used to compile the shader into the intermediate representation. So I have to think about how to structure or clarify what is the best path to explore this. Because there are several different points that this can be wrong. So which one would be the best angle to go about it first? Because the other main parts is the one about the notification and the signals and how they relate to the script. So basically the pathway to translate. So if you were to compare like a code being ran through normal nodes from C++ and code being ran through the script, how do you translate the pathways? What are the differences and what's common between them? And the other one is the rendering parts about the shaders and all the other stuff. So I think I'm gonna stop here. I'm gonna do what I said there. I'm just gonna put here. So I'm gonna see what is the simplest geometry there. It's probably gonna be this box. Either a box or a plane. Or maybe a quad. A quad I think is probably the easiest. I think plane is better because it shows something there. So it's gonna be closer to the other ones, I think. So I'm gonna look for this plane mesh on the primitive thing. And then on the create mesh of this, what's there? I'm gonna put a breakpoint here. So what I want to understand is, yeah, I have to clarify what way is gonna be the most productive to go about it. But I think I'm gonna stop streaming now, and I'm gonna step over this stuff here, just see the context of where this is called. And then I have to think about what is the most productive way to clarify, like what angle should I go about. So the first step that I'm trying to achieve is to render the array mesh. So once I'm able to render the array mesh from the edge and not the graph, then all I have to do is figure out how to create the algorithm that is going to create the line in 3D, the Bezier curve on 3 dimensions. And that part I'm going to figure out, I'm going to explore Blender's source code. And then I'm going to basically try to translate the Blender's source code that they use to create the 3D Bezier curve there, to create an algorithm based on that creates the curve based on the source node and the target node, and an arbitrary amount of control nodes. Then once I have that algorithm, then all I have to do is just implement the algorithm inside of the function that renders the array mesh. And then I update each time the mesh based on the physics simulation and based on the position of the nodes that the edge is going to have. Yeah, so I'm going to stop streaming now, and I'm going to do this off stream. And probably next time I'm going to continue to do this. Either I'm going to try to figure this out if I don't figure out soon, or I'm going to study Blender's source code. So see you next time.